Hello there. How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. Welcome. Hello there, SMA Sky. I, yeah, so we're actually going to have 3 clear nights in a row. Good afternoon, Stephen Fox. Hello, Turf. Hello, Wiley Sight. Yeah, we're actually it originally it looked like Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday would be clear here, but now it's looking like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is fine. Still 3 nights. So I might end up doing 3 live streams in a row. We'll see. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Yeah, so how's everybody doing tonight? Oh, that's too bad. And I clouded up, huh? Because it was cloudy here earlier, but then it cleared out. It was supposed to be cloudy earlier, but actually now I'm kind of curious. The Zoom Earth view, which someone had mentioned, and now I'm a big fan of it because it's just, yeah, that's interesting. Some clouds up there. Yeah, the clouds had other plans. That's unfortunate. Good evening, Kevin. Thanks for joining. Happy Thursday, Friday. Yes, apparition. It's Thursday here, but Friday elsewhere. Clear and dark, nice. Oh, yeah, that would do it. That would do it. I've had nights like that where it's like, why is it suddenly dropping a lot of frames? Yeah, but luckily here, at least, it's clear at the moment. And supposedly, although it's interesting, it'll be curious what's going on with those clouds. I wonder if they're going to head this direction. And what's going on with these? As long as they stay south of here. But I wonder, I wonder if these are heading this direction. Well, it wouldn't be here until maybe tomorrow, but anyhow, yeah, so I went ahead and set up the telescopes and I started imaging some things. So let's get to it. See, nice and pretty clear tonight here for me. I mean, the sky still looks blue. No moon to blame that on. It's just bad skies. Yeah, clouds are your friends. I mean, depends if you're trying to look at stars. Probably not so good. Yeah, so I started a few targets just because it was early and I needed to kind of calibrate the scopes anyway, and so I went ahead and pointed them at a couple things that I think I may have imaged this before, but I thought I'd give it another try. It's NGC 1275, which is a galaxy here, but there's also a few other galaxies here, and I knew they'd be pretty small, but I figured I'd at least image them for a while. Actually, you can see quite a few galaxies. Let me bring up Stellarium. I actually, yeah, let me bring up Stellarium. So that was NGC 1275. Like I say, it was one of those kind of what do you call it? Like, not a challenge, but kind of target of the month on a list on cloudy nights that someone forwarded to me. Jay Kelly, I think. Hello, Marco. Hello there. First time catching you live. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining. We're glad you could make it. The yeah, so this is what I'm imaging. I mean, they're in the Seestars, with the Seestars field of view and the resolution, it's kind of, they're kind of small, and it's a lot of, you know, more elliptical lenticular galaxies, so they don't have a lot of features. But you can see this is the field of view that the Seestar would be, I mean, on stellarium. So now you can see kind of like this. There's like a whole bunch of galaxies here. Now there's also terrible gradients because I did this without the light pollution filter, and bad light pollution anyway. So I'll clean it up later. But it's been going for 48 minutes. I was going to probably let it go for another 10-20 minutes, and then we'd move on to another target. And then the equatorial, let me get them side by side. The equatorial mount, I also pointed at a galaxy, and I of course had something plain or something. So one thing I like about the Alp, Seestar Alp software, the Alp software, since we use Sinbad to look up targets, you can look up a lot of things that wouldn't be on this in the Seestar app. And I actually looked up an ARP catalog item. Now again, this is also going to be kind of a small target, and it doesn't look like much. I'm probably going to maybe do it over a few hours and then try to drizzle it and just try to see what I can pull out of this. It doesn't look like much there, but you can kind of see, okay, there's, what's this thing here? Well, really, it would be a better target for something with more, with a longer focal length, but this is what I'm imaging. And so you can see, so here's the two stars, and here's the galaxy, and then it's got this other interacting galaxy. And so you can see here's the galaxy, and here's the other interacting one. So you can kind of see that it's capturing something. Like I say, it's not, I knew it wouldn't be, you know, like really dramatic. But it was kind of a nice, more of a challenge kind of target for the Seestar as far as the size. So there's a better interacting galaxy that is, I think it's very early morning. It's not that one. No, it's not that one. Which one was that one? It is ARP 244. Okay. So this one would show it much better. But this one is what do you call it? I mean, it would, you know, it would be decent size in the frame, but at least where I live right now, it's not above the horizon until, actually it's not even, wait, sorry, I'm like losing my bearings here. Okay, so yeah, it's, anyway, it's probably more of a late spring into summer target. But anywho, I figured I'd try that. Oh yeah, nice. That's great. Got Seestar 2 weeks ago. Tried out the Alp. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's I mean, I there's a number of things I like about it, besides the fact that it was nice that I could look up any catalog item. Oh, interesting. And you're running the latest firmware? Hey. Interesting. I wonder. I need to check that out. I want, that's, if you're using the latest firmware, that's interesting. But I could, that just, that would mean, well, we kind of knew that guest mode was based on IP address. But it's interesting, it's not counting the connections if you're running the latest firmware. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to speculate until all right. Let us grab. Sorry. Yeah, so there is actually another galaxy I'm going to start imaging here in a moment. And while I'm it's early on in the stream, but the obligatory, don't forget to like the video, because it does help send a signal to YouTube to send send people to the stream, and also to yeah. So sorry, I'm a little jumbled right now. But yeah, this will be interesting. I'm kind of curious how much detail I can get out of this, with a lot more data and maybe something like a drizzling kind of approach. Now this one here is coming up on an hour. I might stop this one. This is the yeah, I think I might. Well, how much data do I have on this one? Yeah, I want to get a bunch more on this, so I'm going to stop. I think I'm going to stop this one. Yeah, so it the way the Seestar works, it sends these kind of events down the wire. So if you start and stop imaging from one device, it'll stop it on the other. But it's interesting, if you're using the latest firmware and you're not having to deal with guest mode, it's because it's seeing the connections from the same device. And so it doesn't. Yeah, that's interesting. It sees connections from the same device, and so it's not yeah, it's seeing connections from the same device, and so it thinks it's basically only looking at the IP, is what I'm getting at. So that's interesting. It's not actually only allowing a single connection to be the guest. I mean the controller. It's basically looking at, it's assigning it to a single IP. Yeah. So interesting. I'm gonna have to test that out. That also brings some thoughts to mind of some things to try out, other things to try out. Anyhow, I'm gonna stop this. All these little fuzzies here are galaxies, although it's hard to tell with all my light pollution, but quite a few galaxies in the field there. And I've got 47 minutes of integration time. Not bad for a start. So I'm going to stop this one. And actually what I was going to do is I'm going to do another galaxy. at least just temporarily. NGC 925. So let's go image NGC 925. This one's a bit bigger. It's not a big galaxy, but it's at least bigger. I'm gonna just try half an hour with this, and maybe I'll crank up the gain just because to help bring out something more quickly. Yeah, and we'll see if it looks like it's not going to amount to much. I'll stop it and move on. The intent wasn't to purely image galaxies tonight, but starting off with some very tiny ones on the screen. But yeah, this ARP 273 is interesting. So it's the reason it's so small. It's 300 million light years away. So like 100 times as far away as the Andromeda galaxy. It's tidally distorted. 13th magnitude. Doesn't say how big is this stuff. Doesn't mention how big it is as far as like number of stars, but let's see. Okay, let's go to live view. Now, what I'm imaging here is NGC, what did I say, 925, and there we go. So not tiny in the field of view, but it says it's 10th magnitude, so we'll see. We shall see. Although I do think I already see something there, so with just a minute of data, so that's off to a promising start. Let's see. Like I say, don't forget to like the. Sorry, I'm looking at a screen. Don't forget to like the video. Does help a lot. The last few live streams have been more consistent as of late, as far as number of people tuning in and watching it. So thanks for that. The likes do help that. I'm just watching the live, because I have like a small version on my laptop and then I have a larger version on a monitor on the desk. Yeah, this is starting to show up something. This I'll probably stop soon. It's kind of hard to tell the shape. It's kind of amorphous right now, but I mean, it is kind of a mess of a target anyway, so not completely surprising. Now, one thing I will, at some point, I'm going to test out. If you've watched before the stream, sorry, I've been kind of experimenting with. I've gone through a few mental iterations of it, but I finally I think came up with a way of doing remote telescopes with ALP. So it's like, so the Webb interface to ALP to a remote telescope. And I think I have an approach that works and is workable. Because some of the approaches, there were like security implications or complexity implications or bandwidth implications. So I think what I finally did is a reasonable trade-off. But because I'm going to just be testing it locally, what I'm going to do is end up stopping ALP here at some point and starting it just kind of the vanilla version off my Raspberry Pi, controlling one of the telescopes, I think, and then I'm going to disable one locally and configure a remote telescope and see if it works the same. But maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just debating which one I want to do remote. I might end up doing the AltAz one remote because I'm not 100% convinced that the equatorial... There's things that Alp does with a telescope that's in equatorial mode as far as the way it handles it and some commands it ends up sending to the telescope and just internal things it does. And I don't necessarily want to test that out tonight because I'm not sure that I actually implemented all of it. But the AltAz I should be able to, the one on the right, I should be able to switch over to be a remote scope. And maybe I'll do that as soon as I stop this target. Which I think, I mean, so you can see, unfortunately I can't zoom this in anymore. But you can see, oh, I wonder if I can do this. If I can do this, this is going to be super ugly. That's one way to do it. That's really ugly, but so this is the oops. So this is that right? It doesn't seem right. Let me look at it in Stellarium. Anyway, I'll move on shortly, but I just want to try to... Okay, so here's the two stars. And so... yeah, that is the one galaxy. And then this actually has something that kind of wraps around here, I think. Well, we'll see. We'll see if anything comes of it once I have a chance to maybe get more data and process it more. But in the meantime, that looks impressive when it's zoomed way in, but hello there, Chris. Welcome. Thanks for joining. How's it going? Yeah, so how much data do I have on this one? Maybe I'll keep it going for a bit. And I'll go ahead and start my redoing this to make this one remote. So I'm not gonna get into the code, not today. But what I'm going to do, let's see, I'm gonna log in to my Raspberry Pi, and I will go Pi, is it Pi at Alp? There we go, and go to that. I need to fix my VI config on this, or my Vim config, I should say. Wait. Oh, there it is. Weird. Okay, so it's just the standard configuration, and I'm going to have it pointing at Seestar B, which is the AltAz one. And yeah, so that's all I'm going to do. And I'm just going to start Alp on the Pi. Because I had shut it. Sorry, because I had shut it down. So now I can go my local Alp. I'm going to disable this AltAz one. And notice the device numbers are 1 and 2, and you can see in the URL it's 1 and 2. Okay. That'll become important in a moment. Well, not that important, but now what I'm going to do, I could use this IP address, but instead I'm going to use my my tailscale IP, which is oops. So all right, so all right, sorry, my I was outside earlier and my eyes are itching. Also might be the dry weather. Anyhow, so basically we have the Seestar defined, and now I have a new section called remotes, and it doesn't define a pi, or it doesn't define a Seestar there, but it defines a remote Alp IP. So the local Alp will query the remote Alp to figure out what telescopes are available. Okay, so I stopped it. So if all goes well, this will actually work. So Seestar A is the local one. And still have a bug with, oh, right. What I need to do, so there is no more telescope 2. So that's why it's throwing the exception. But, oh no. Hold on a second. Let me, actually, it's going to be confusing, but bear with me for a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to re-enable the device 2, and I'll show you why in a sec. I'll restart that. Because basically I had that that telescope 2 or B is running the latest firmware, and that has guest mode. And so this laptop is still the controller. I didn't release control, and so let's restart this. Yeah. Mini dust. Yeah, I know. There's actually another one on the list too. Yeah, it was, like I say, it was on this list of kind of targets by month on cloudy nights, and I looked at a few and I was like, oh, that looks nice. The mind of everyone in action. In action or inaction? Or both. No, so yeah, so I realized, so A is the equatorial one, B is fine, but then this B is actually the remote one, and C, it's in guest mode. So I disabled. Anyway, the Seestar still thought this laptop was the controller. So confusingly, so let me go. This doesn't It's kind of, I had that label where it said Houston or remote pi or something. I had it where it was in the menu, and then I commented out that code, and I need to turn it back on because this is confusing where it's like none, yeah, like how do you know which one is which? So we'll go to guest mode, and I'm going to release control from this computer. So now I should be able to, I'm going to stop Alp again. And I will comment out the local AltAz one, just leaving the remote. And so I think the exception is because it's because there isn't a telescope 2 anymore. You'll see what it looks like here in a moment. All right. Okay. So we've got telescope 1. And if I switch to the other telescope, it says alt-azimuth, that will actually be telescope 101. And it was kind of a hack I did but basically anything under 10, or actually the way I set it up, anything under 100 is a local telescope, and anything over 100, it just basically it just makes up telescope IDs for the remote ones. And you could have multiple remotes configured, so and not multiple remote telescopes, like multiple remote Alps, and each one would have a different number, so it would be like 100, 200, 300, etc. So now so I should be able to go to live view. And oh no, the reason why is because guest mode, and let me claim control. And it's now got control and live view. Cool. So that actually worked. Awesome. It's kind of hard to tell what just all transpired, but like the fact that it pulled up this telescope and it's not defined in the local configuration. The only thing it has is this remote VPN IP, which technically it's on a different network at home, but it could really be truly remote because all the requests should be all local here. Let me look, because nothing should be pointing at let's see. Yeah, localhost, localhost. Yeah, and so yeah, it's getting all the information from the local Alp, but that is the thing that's connecting to the remote Alp. Anyway, so it worked. In this case, the remote is it's technically on the Raspberry Pi, but it's going over a VPN IP, so it could be anywhere. This was more a first. I tested it out on. I had done kind of a lab test, as it were. I wasn't actually using it for imaging. I just turned on scenery mode and made sure it worked. But this is my first real test of it. But the next thing will be to test an actual remote. but I wanted to at least kind of test it out tonight, just this way. And if it continues to work fine, then maybe tomorrow I can try testing it out, or Saturday with an actual remote scope. But and the remote that I'm running, I have some unchecked in code running locally on the local Alp, but the one on the Pi is just the latest version off the website, so it's not it doesn't have any special code on it. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I need to the problem is, what I want to do is, I don't want to punch a hole through, what do you call it? I want to do it securely. And like, Alp isn't really meant to be on the internet. Like, it wasn't written to be on the internet. So I would be concerned about just opening it up on a port. So what I was thinking of doing is setting up a, well, what I had been kind of messing around with was Tailscale, and which Tailscale's a kind of it's based on WireGuard. It's free for like personal use, and they make their money with business plans. But I use it for my own VPN purposes, and it's got some interesting properties. Each Tailscale is kind of, each Tailscale network is separate, but what you can do is, if you have Tailscale set up, you can pick one of your hosts and share it. And I actually did a test with I did a test with Seiko, I think, where the remote Raspberry Pi had Tailscale on it and was shared into my Tailscale, and I was able to connect to it, but just, you bring up the web interface. I didn't have the Alp to Alp code written yet, but I was able to connect to the remote web interface. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, what I've done in the past is I would run, or what I've done occasionally is, and others do this as well, they'll run Alp on their Pi and then have that connecting to the Seestar, and then they can control it with their Alp with their phone or a device. They can take the Pi with them if they're kind of away from home, kind of, somewhere dark. Bring along your Pi and connect it to the Seestar. That's a separate topic, but and then control it with your phone. Yeah. So there's a few different ways of doing it, and I've done that at home too, where I just leave Alp running on my Raspberry Pi, and then it's just one less thing running on my laptop. When I'm doing a lot of development, I'll tend to run it only locally. But right now I'm running it in both places, and kind of, yeah. Now, so that's the other thing. So there's one of two things we can do. We can do the Tailscale approach, which requires the remote person to have Tailscale and then share like their Raspberry Pi into my Tailscale network. But then the other way is what Stephen Fox and I had also tested out, where he opened some ports to me on his firewall, but only to my IP address. So that's also very secure. I mean, pretty darn secure. Where, yeah, so if anybody else tried to connect to that port from a different IP, it wouldn't work. So that also works. I mean, my ultimate goal is to have it where people don't have to fiddle around with either of those, but we're not there yet. That's going to be like, I want to kind of prove the concept and maybe test it out some more before trying to integrate some kind of tunneling into Alp, even if it is just kind of leveraging tail scale, unembedded tail scale. I mean, I kind of have a general idea of what I want to do. It's just I haven't started it yet. Okay, so this is actually, so this is starting to show some detail, but again, Bortle 9, need more data, and also need to clean it up a lot, but at least you can kind of tell it's a spiral. It's this thing. So at least the core of it. Yeah, the whole thing would actually be a bit bigger in the field, so we'll see. This thing, on the other hand, is going to be tiny. But it's actually, for an hour of data, I mean, as tiny as it is, like, this galaxy seems pretty well defined. So that's good. I went into this knowing that it was going to look like this, but that's why I started it before the stream. Yeah, exactly. I want to avoid having. I want it to work for people who aren't Python developers. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this one. And what I was going to move on to, so it's 7, let's see, almost 8. Just looking at my list, I have a list now. I got a bit better organized and have the targets by time that I can see them from my backyard. The Flaming Star Nebula should be visible before too long. Actually, let's see what we could do. Yeah, before 8. Again, very constrained by the backyard. Actually, after 8. Yeah, Flaming Star, M45, Sculptor Galaxy might be visible. Not to do all galaxies, but let's see where Sculptor is. Yeah, feel like I've done that one. It is a cool galaxy, though. It's fairly bright. The other thing that I had on my list. Let's see. Yeah, I had a galaxy cluster. There's some other things that are a little later, but yeah, sure. Hi, Star Pictures Miami. I might go ahead and do the Sculptor Galaxy while I'm kind of getting my bearings on other things. Oh no, I can't, because that's my equatorial scope, and I think that might be pushing the boundaries of because this Seestar is in equatorial mode, and it's kind of tipped over because of the way the mount works. It kind of has a problem pointing at things south of the celestial pole, and I'm afraid that thing might be or not south of the celestial pole, south of the celestial equator. And so my concern is that the Sculptor Galaxy is too negative of it's minus 25 deck. So I'm afraid that might be overly ambitious. I could swap, well, 273, or no, 925. I could swap these. Maybe I'll swap them. I'll have this one image, I'll get some more data on this one. NGC 925. Just for now. Oops. 30 minutes. I've already done half an hour on the target, so let's do 20, or I'll do 150. Again, crank up the gain. I'll go, and then do live. And then I'm going to stop this one. And this will be good. This will be a good test of making sure this all works. Okay. So let's go to, or image, sculptor galaxy. Nope. Sculptor galaxy. And oh, it's actually minus. Is that right? Anyway, I'll do half an hour, 120 gain. I'll go, and then live view. Is this actually okay? It's starting to stack. Yeah, so pi plus tail scale plus cellular modem. Yeah. Well, yeah. And you don't even need kind of that remote that I'm talking about, because I know, what do you call it? Wiley site, who's, he connects to his pi. He doesn't have tail scale, I don't think, but he uses WireGuard, I think, and is able to connect remotely to his pi and check on things when he's elsewhere. So yeah, that would work. And thanks for mentioning that, Cosmic Ray. Smash that like. It helps the channel a lot. And hello, Star Miami. So in general, to remote control an S50 without using Alp. So Alp's the third-party software I'm using, which can run on a server, a Raspberry Pi, Windows, Mac computers. To do that's what you'd have to use, something like that, because otherwise I think it would be kind of difficult to do it. Like if you're using the Seestar app, it would be difficult to do, if not impossible. I mean, because of theoretically you'd have to do some networking strangeness. The easiest thing would be to use Seestar Alp, install it on a Raspberry Pi, have that on the other side of the VPN next to the Seestar, like on the same network as the Seestar. Yeah, the Seestar app. That's what I was saying. I think you could do it, but it would require you to like do a bridge over VPN and move ship broadcast and multicast and traffic across a VPN. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. High Point has the Seestar S50 in stock. Interesting. Well, if you want to get an S30, check them out. Okay, so you do. Confirmed. The WireGuard to control the telescope. Oh! Are there other people who do that, or are you the one who I saw the blog post about setting up the S50 remotely. Okay, you're the one. Well, welcome to, I don't know if you've been on, you might have you been on live stream before? If not, thanks for joining. I'm actually, are you using a, I haven't read it in a while. How are you power cycling the Seestar remotely? What I'm wondering is why this isn't loading. Should have loaded something. Oh, okay. You leave it on 24/7. Well, that'll work too. Yeah, because I actually got one of the little kind of pusher things. Maybe over Christmas I might play around with it, but my intent was to, it's a switch bot. My intent was to set it up and try to work on being able to power cycle it. Yeah, it's switch bot. Yeah, so as far as the Mac Mini, I mean, the good thing about having a Mac Mini is you can run the app on it, the what do you call it, the tablet, the iPad version of the app. I mean, since you have it there, you know, the horsepower might be good, but theoretically you could run Alp. I mean, you could do this now. Not that I would, since it's remote, I don't know how fussy that might be, but if you, theoretically, if you had Alp, you could test out Alp on, you could, wait a second. Hold on. What is going on here? Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, so what you could do is you could test Alp on the Mac Mini and see if that meets your needs for controlling the Seestar. And if it does, then theoretically you should be able to swap out the Mac Mini for like a Raspberry Pi running Alp. So like you could have Tailscale on a Raspberry Pi. You could run Tailscale on a Raspberry Pi running Alp that's at Starfront. Now, it wouldn't be as fast as a Mac Mini. Wouldn't, I mean, you could get a Pi 5. Like I can't, it's, the cables are too short, but I have a Pi 5 here with like an NVMe SSD on it. So you could always have a setup like this so you'd have enough storage. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know if anybody's, yeah, I mean, theoretically you could root, I don't know if a person could root it and then install something on there, you know, to be able to, like, I don't know if you could install Tailscale on it and then just be able to remote into it or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, like I say, you could I mean, the Raspberry Pi route might be something worth thinking about if you want to get your Mac Mini back. Yeah. Pi with Tailscale with relay. If the Pi sees the scope. Well, I don't know how well the app would run over that. I think because the problem is because it could connect to it unicast, but I think the Seestar like broadcasts, hey, I'm here, and the app picks that up, like that multicast signal, and I don't know that that would come back down over the VPN. Oh, nice. Nice. Um, I don't. Yeah, multicast doesn't work over WireGuard. Um, I don't know. I have personally haven't. I don't know if anybody else has heard of using Chromebook to run the Android app. I mean, theoretically, something like that might work. Might work. Or you use Alp. um, yeah, yeah, yeah. It would. Or like I was saying, you run this yeah, Alp on a Pi, and that's why I was saying like you could install it on your Mac Mini remotely and see if it meets your needs. Like specifically in the context of the remote observatory. Yeah. And there's some other things. Like there's a couple of differences with the app. Like you can control things. You can start and stop imaging. You can park the scope remotely. So at least, it's kind of closed. You have a lot of more fine-grained control with Alp. But one thing that might be an issue for you remote is, well, there's ways around it. But like if you're using the app, like the iOS app, it ends up downloading images after they're done into your photo roll if you have it set up to do that, which then would automatically sync back again if you have it set up that way. But Alp wouldn't do that. You can start and stop imaging, but it doesn't automatically sync anything off of it today. That is a thing that I've thought about adding recently, specifically for this remote workflow, where I might be imaging somebody else's scope somewhere else, and I want to be able to capture the final image without having to like coordinate with them. So that's one possibility. Another is what I've done with my Raspberry Pi, because the Seestars export their they export a file system which you can connect to and copy things off. A network share that you can copy things off. I've actually mounted it from my Linux. I have it like /mount/Seestar, and then I can just copy files off that way. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Wiley site tried, no worky. Yeah. I mean, I can see why, because one of the first things the app does is it. Yeah. I think part of it is, yeah. I can think of several reasons why it wouldn't work, but no, it's interesting. So this is the first failure of live mode, because it should be stacking, but I don't see a stack here. And at least it should be a stack. Claims to have stacked 58 images of Sculptor. but I don't see anything. So this claims it is stacking. Let me look at the... Yeah. Yeah. I mean, frankly, even... I mean, Alp is great, but if you already have a Mac Mini there, that... I mean, it seems like... I mean, you could run Alp on it too, but it seems like it would do everything you would need it to do. And in a... Yeah, since you already have it there. So let's go live view and see what's going on here. I mean, again, this is new code, so that I'm testing it out as we speak. Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, if you have it there, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's... So, I mean, you can install Tailscale on everything, really, but for this context of a remote scope, I mean, do you have, Turf, do you have, where are you running Alp right now? So why, oh why? It's very it's very... Oh. Let me... I wasn't planning on live coding tonight, but I always... Generally, I don't care for... I don't use some of the AI coding stuff, but I do like some of the smart autocomplete. Is that what I want to do? Okay, let me stop that. And restart it. Yeah, so if you're running Alp, there are more than one. There's more than one way of doing it, but if you're using the thing I'm suggesting, or that I've been... Anyway, long story short, Alp would run on, or Tailscale would run on the box you have Alp running. It could run elsewhere, but for simplicity sake, you could just do it that way. Because otherwise, you'd end up having to like open a network forwarding off to some other place on your network, and it would be kind of more of a hassle and potentially more exposure. Oh, speaking of slow web page problem, which browser are you running again, Cosmic Ray? Because we had someone report an issue with Safari, specifically with Safari, and I was able to reproduce it where it takes 30 seconds to a minute to load pages in Alp, but only with Safari. It's very strange. No, that would be cool, but it would probably have to be rooted to do that. And eventually my goal is to... Tailscale has like an embedded mode, but that's mostly for like Golang programs generally. But I have been looking into basically doing that, where you wouldn't have to do as much. You wouldn't have to do some of the steps. Basically, it would run kind of an embedded Tailscale. It wouldn't expose that entire computer to a specific tailnet. It would only expose like the app to the tailnet. Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to reload this and see. Okay, get frame. That makes no sense. Like, it really makes no sense, because I would expect more data on that. You know? Unless there's... That makes no sense. Like, why is there only like a single star there? Let me stop this. It's very weird. Okay. That's very strange. Yeah, with Alp, there was Cosmic Array was having slow... It was taking a while for the pages to load, and it wasn't clear why. Yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath about that. Are you hacking a Seestar? I'm not, but some people have. No, you wouldn't. No matter what Cosmic Ray says, no, you wouldn't have to. I mean, there's plenty of people who run it who are not programmers. There's a script to a script to install it on Raspberry Pi. There's a kind of a bundle for running it on Windows on the Mac. I think there might be a script now to kind of run it on, to install it on the Mac, because it involves like in the early days it required you to have like developer tools installed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I haven't actually been paying as much attention. Oh, and that reminds me. Sorry, like just thought of something else I need to take a look at. Yeah, jailbreak is Seestar. I mean, some people have. I mean, the earlier firmwares, it was trivial to do it. Hello, Gary. Well, hello. Welcome to and thanks for joining. Yeah, Python. Yeah, exactly. Tonight is going to be a jailbreak. I'm not planning on doing any jailbreaking tonight. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Why didn't this... That's interesting. Let me see. Or something. So that might be the first problem I'm seeing, is the live view might not... the live view through the remote may not be working, or not consistently working. So I might have to play around with that some more. But in the meantime, okay, that's cool. Oh, hello, Donkulus. Thanks for thanks for joining, and thank you. Let me find something for this right telescope to do, since sculptor didn't seem to. It wasn't the sculptor per se. I'm thinking the remote's live view might be having an issue, and if it is, then I'm going to have to switch back to non-remote. So, although let me just double check. Sculptor. Oh, okay. So sculptor's about to disappear anyway. So should probably pick something else for that one. Now, yeah. So one of the things I had done last time. One thing I had done last time is I had compared. I'd taken an image in equatorial mode, and I took an image of a target in alt-azimuth mode, but using the mosaic functionality and rotating, kind of framing it in the native mosaic mode to match the equatorial mode, because that partly offsets some of the field rotation. And I wanted to kind of compare the two next to each other. Yeah, I know, right? Well, and not just the horizon at Starfront, but the seeing at Starfront. So, how are you, Star Pictures Miami? How are you liking Starfront? And is the Seestar the only thing you have there, or do you have any other scopes there? Small planetary chain. Planetary chain? Are you talking about? What are you? Planetary nebula? Planetary chain. I mean, I don't know about years of data, but there are a lot of people who get dozens of hours of data, and they get some very spectacular results with it. Like results where people are pretty amazed that they're actually taken with a Seestar. And so yeah, people like I haven't done it quite as much as some people, but I'll get dozens of hours, well, maybe a dozen hours over multiple nights on one target. And like I say, I've seen people with like 100 hours of data for one target and produce some very nice photos. Now, they had to process it a lot with, like a lot of people use PixInsight, or they'll use Cyril to kind of combine all that data and then kind of process it. Yeah, it is. It ends up being a lot of data. Like you end up with a few thousand fit files, which are, I mean, it would take like dozens of gigs to process it, or if not hundreds, depending on how you're processing it. But the results are quite amazing. I mean, the results are really good. They're very impressive what people accomplish with it. Yeah, you love Starfront. That's cool. Only the Seestar there. That's cool. Oh yeah. Oh no, they're not. They're not. Like, here's Jupiter and Mars. Mars is pretty far, and Saturn. Where is Saturn? Oops. Sometimes. Yeah, Saturn's. Yeah, no, they're pretty well separated. Saturn is getting closer to Venus. But yeah, they're not that close to each other. Yeah, a couple. Yeah, I mean, I think all the photos I've taken have, because I keep everything. I think it's a few terabytes, but no, like low terabytes, not 12 terabytes. Yeah, that's cool. So for large data sets, it's worth compiling nights into one and then taking the single night result for days together. I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, people, they'll take multiple. I mean, there's different ways people do it. They'll take each night, kind of stack it into a single file for a specific night, and then stack multiple nights together. Or you could just stack everything together in one shot. But yeah, you basically you stack it all together and then kind of process it and stuff. Now the one thing is that you'll run into imaging over multiple nights is the field rotation. I mean, you get field rotation within a night, but if you're doing it over multiple nights, it really starts adding up, and so you'll end up kind of when all the data is stacked together, the common area will be kind of a square-ish in the middle. Oops, sorry. So that's yeah. So it's there's caveats to it, but it's definitely doable. Definitely doable. Yeah, post-processing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of people use that. I mean, they'll use Photoshop. Jupiter and the large star. I mean, Jupiter. And there's Aldebaran's pretty close, and that's a bright star. It's probably. Yeah. Yeah. I used to be more proficient in GIMP. I don't use it much, but Cyril's definitely worth kind of playing around with. The photos will be the same size because that's generally the photo is a function of the resolution of the sensor. So whether it's a 10-second or 10-minute exposure, it's the same number of megapixels, so the image will be it'll be the same size if it's a RAW. Now, the Seestar works by taking short exposures and then stacking them together. So if you keep every subframe, they're like 10 seconds each. So if you image for an hour, you have 360 photos that are each like 4 meg each. So you can see how it kind of rapidly how it can eat up a lot of space. But the nice thing is with that is you get full control. Whereas if you're just using the final stack that the Seestar generates, so like after you image for an hour, it produces a single file at the end. The problem is if like clouds went through, or a plane went through, like if you had some kind of issue during the exposure, it could impact that final stack. Whereas if you kept all of the 10-second exposures and then if a quarter of them were garbage, you could throw them away, and then you still have a bunch of data. And then if you image the same target over and over again over multiple nights, you'll end up with a large collection of data that you can then restack, reprocess in something like Serial. Nice, M38. That's cool. See, I can't. My sky is. I may have to image remotely. Oh yeah. I did that the other day, or a few days ago. I did a mosaic of exactly that. I did 1907. I did the spider and the fly. So the mosaic, I basically covered that whole area. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Well, a given session will produce a raw file as well, but it's just already stacked. Now, what I've done is, for flexibility, is I always have subframes turned on. I usually process the subframes, but there have been times where I just take the kind of final session file from multiple nights and stack those together. And that's the nice thing about that, is it's a lot faster. So instead of processing like thousands of files, you might be processing, 10 files. Nice. Which head? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, like the AI noise reduction and sharpening and all that stuff is pretty awesome. Yeah, and the EAA kind of stuff is also nice. And that's one thing I want to do with kind of the Astro camera I keep talking about eventually getting, is I want to keep doing that kind of stuff with the new rig, because I enjoy that. I enjoy the instant gratification. And plus, coming from, I mean, I started doing visual astronomy, so it's kind of a nice in between, where like I can see things that I wouldn't have been able to see visually in that much detail, but I'm not. Yeah, it's mosaic of M38. Let me see. So let's go find that. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have them, because you can always do something with them later. Let me find this real quick. And I need to do something with the right scope, because it's just sitting there idle. That's not allowed. And let me at the very least zoom in here so we can see the fuzzy galaxy. Where was it? Which one? Which night was that? That was... oh wow. No? Did I go back too far? Sorry, let me find this real quick. No. The challenge I have is I'm trying to remember how I named it. Because since the Seestar did not know how to name it, I think. Oh yeah, was that it? Yeah, yeah. It didn't know how to name it, so it's in a folder unknown mosaic. I found it. Let me see. Let me. Okay. So I found it. So yeah, I know T Corona Borealis. Yeah, so that's the one thing you can do with Alp. You can reboot it. You can there's an option to reboot, and there's a command to reboot and also to park it, which for your case might be handy. So so here's the mosaic, and I'll show you. I think I ended up I think I processed this on stream. So here is the mosaic that was the JPEG right out of the telescope. This was taken November 29th. So here's M35, the spider, the fly, NGC, whatever that is, 1907. So that was the original one. And this is without the noise reduction, the intelligent noise reduction that they added. And this was 426 frames, so it was well over an hour. Now, I'm Portal 9, so you should be able to get much better, much quicker. Like, I imagine if you had that much data, it would be amazing. So then I took just the fit file. So this is an example. I didn't use the individual subframes. I just took the stacked fit file, and I did a few different processing of it. This one, I ran it through Graxpert. I just did a histogram stretch in Serial, and then I ran it through Cosmic Clarity, just sharpening. And that's what I came up with. It's got some noise there. I'm sure you'll get a much better result if you did that. Then I tried doing like a GHS stretch of it. And again, I think I did this all on a live stream. So this is without the cosmic clarity. So it's basically just Graxpert noise reduction and then histogram stretch. And yeah. So I mean, to be honest, I was pretty pleased with, and again, you should be able to get a lot more detail, because if you look, there's kind of this reddish undertone here and here. That is, initially I wasn't sure if it was an artifact or not, but it's actually real, because I brought it up in Stellarium and I turned on this mode and eventually it'll load. I imagine you'll get some really impressive results with that. Yeah, that would be, I want to see that one. That would be cool. Are you on the Discord server, Star Pictures Miami? I haven't plugged the Discord server today. Yeah, it is some nebulosity. There, there we go. It was just having a hard time loading. So if you look at, let me turn off that because it's misleading. But this is like the H alpha. I think it's the H alpha view in off the DSS survey or RED. So you can see these kind of lanes here, right here in the image I shot, which granted, like you can kind of see him right here, like that, and then that, and then, oh, actually it's the other way around. It would be around here, but then there's stuff around this cluster. So some of that is real, or maybe all of it's real. But I'm sure with your skies at Starfront, it would be amazing. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, because I want to... yeah. Not... probably still sane. Yeah, you should... I'm curious to see that, the final result from your... from Starfront with the Seestar. Because... yeah. Because I always like seeing how much better other people's skies are. All right, so let us see. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. It's after 8. So that actually... let me see. Let's turn this off. And this is M38. Where was M37? Actually, dang it. Okay, that's not visible yet. Oh no, it is. It should be. Or maybe briefly. Unfortunately, in my bad backyard. I mean, that's the other thing. Yeah. Posted on Discord. Are you on... Hold on. Are you on which Discord server is that? You're talking about it. Because there's a... Sorry, I'm just looking at... Sorry. Losing my bearings here. Oh, wow. Oh, Starfront's Discord. Oh, I'm not on that Discord. The link I posted was the channel's this channel's Discord server. Which you're welcome to join. Starfront's Discord. I should check that one. Or is that one? Yeah, I need to. Sorry, I was just speaking of Discord. I was distracted. An hour ago, Apparition posted that there's a the next bright comet, 2024 G3 Atlas. Might go negative magnitude, but remains poorly placed. So, it's another comet. Another comet coming. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay. I'll have to check that. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to. Thank you. Or the more the merrier, you know. Oh, hey. So, okay. I'm distracting myself because I still need to point the right telescope at something. So I've done 2 galaxies successfully and a third one unsuccessfully. So let me find something that's not a galaxy. And there is some stuff later, and I found another galaxy that I was going to try. Some people have gotten some pretty good results, like oh hi, hello, Starpix. The let me see if I can find some photos. Yeah, this was on our Discord server, or on the Discord server in the comets channel. Someone took a photo of with the Seestar, I believe. Back in mid-November. And of the, which one was that? That was that 2023 A3. So that was like on its way out. But even back in mid-November, was able to get some good results. And I've seen some, actually, what was that? Yeah, I've seen some really good results. This was one somebody posted on so some people have posted some good but yeah, if the comet's bright enough and big enough, yeah, people have done it. Has our Discord channel to translate? I mean, there's different channels there, it's all cool. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I've seen, I was trying to find some good examples of it, but I mean, the problem was that one comet was kind of what do you call it? But yeah, there's several examples, people in the chat, that somebody, yeah, like this was one. This was another one that's in the Discord server someone took of that comet. The 2023 A3, the Atlas, whatever that. But yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, there's several. If you're on the Discord server, the comets channel has a few examples of people, especially the 2023 A3 comet from a few months ago. They have several. There's several examples posted in there. Right. Let me see. I need to find a nebula or something interesting. Yeah, I know. It's I'm slacking here. Yeah, no, my pleasure. I like, we all got to start somewhere, and it's all part of the. It's a lot to learn and see and stuff. I just need to find something that I haven't necessarily imaged recently. I don't always, especially now that since the moon is not completely being annoying yet. Um, again, my biggest problem in my backyard is just too many buildings. Too many buildings blocking my view. I mean, forget darker skies. I just want a clear horizon. That would be nice. M38. Let me see. Oops, sorry. Oh, wow, nice. So here's some apparition, added some photos of Comet 12P. Wow, look at the detail there of the tail. That's pretty cool. Wow. Like seeing the difference. That's neat. Yeah, that was apparition, and then let's see. Oops, I'm like bouncing around here. Apologies. Let's see. Oh wow, nice. Here. So this is what it looks like from Starfront in progress. Well, one thing for sure is your background's definitely a lot cleaner, as I would expect. That's cool. Yeah, I should turn on dark objects. Although again, the problem. Oh, there was there one later? I think. Let me look at. Yeah, there was some later. There was one specifically that I had made note of, but that wasn't for another hour or two. So let's go look for something. The only problem, like I've said, is with my bad light pollution. Sometimes these really low contrast objects are very challenging. And for whatever reason, the zoom is like... I think I need to just restart Stellarium, because whenever it gets in this mode, it just isn't quite happy. All right. Dang it. Is it a gradient or dark nebulosity? Yeah, well, especially in my backyard. And I haven't plugged it, but if you haven't liked the video, please like. It does help the video and the channel a lot. Where are we? You know what I should do? I've found that if I turn this on, it actually is kind of cool, because then I kind of get an idea of some of the brighter nebulosity areas that I can actually see. Now, these are going to rotate out of view soon, so that's why I'm not looking at those. I always end up gravitating back towards this flaming star area. The jellyfish will be more visible soon-ish, but there were some things over here. What is this? It's an H2 region. Can't really tell. It's kind of a wispy area. And again, unfortunately, this view, there's a lot of artifacts, so sometimes it's like a lot of seams. Let me try this. Sometimes this, yeah. Of course, it would miss that entire panel for where the California Nebula is. Again, it's just the problem is with the skies I have, these kind of low surface brightness things are it's probably too faint for borderline. Let me look that up. Bernard 3. God, could they have more ads on this? Okay. Wow, that is dark. Let's try loading that again. No? All right. Okay. Okay, so maybe, so this is Bernard 3, so maybe, just maybe, I could try that area. Yeah, we'll see. We'll try it. We will try. Where do I want to center it? I'll center it. Do I want to try it? Maybe try to get... Yeah, let's frame it like that, because then maybe I'll get this nebulosity and then some of this. Now, I could do this with... I wonder... Yeah, maybe I'll try light with light pollution filter. So we'll use it's on the right one. We'll go. Actually, I'm wondering if, since the other one, the image wasn't working, I think I am gonna go back to running it all locally. So I'm gonna release control here. And then I'm going to disable the remote, re-enable the local, restart it, and it'll... Oh, IP address already exists. What? What did I do? Oh, that's what I did. I had a misfarmed config file. Hate it when that happens. Okay, starting up. Got a running dinosaur. Start this, and let's get this one to that point. And AltAz, and what do you call it? Oh, I need to switch to guest mode and take control. Oh, it did take control. Okay. That's fine. So let's image. And we will grab these coordinates and I'll call this... What will I call this? Bernard 3 area. I'm going to do it with the light pollution filter. I think I will try doing an autofocus because it has been getting cooler here. Yeah, not that much cooler, but we'll try it. I'll crank up the gain a bit, 45 minutes, and go. And really this left one I need to find another target for, which, again, not as... It's dropping a lot of frames. Weird. But might have clear skies. Well, that's great. Great. I mean, looking at the at that zoomed out Earth, it looked like it was just a that it might be a line of clouds that would seem to be moving at a good pace. So that's good. Glad that went through. Let's see. Let's figure out something for this left one after taking so long for the right one. Not another galaxy. Okay. Let's see. Oh no, I can't do that because it's equatorial. Darn it. It's not visible yet anyway. Maybe I'll try it in an hour. Maybe I'll try it when this other one is done. This looks like an interesting target. Supposedly brighter than the 10th magnitude barely, so might actually be something that can be imaged, so we'll try that. But this will be, let me make note of this. So I am imaging, what am I imaging? Barnard 3 area. And then 1097. Okay. Again, I can't use the equatorial for this because it's too far. I think it's too far south. Why is it dropping so many frames? I did check to make sure that this was more level. Let me double check. Yeah, it's pretty level. So why is it dropping so many frames? So we'll see. Why is it taking so long to load the image? So star trails is the error. I must have messed something up. Hold on. Oh, then it shows up just in time for right after I killed it. Okay, so this is there. Not sure why this is doing this. Oh, and then it like literally loads just as I switched away. Okay. Alright, so this might need a lot of data. That's okay. So we'll leave this go. There'll be some nebulosity down here, but there'll also be dark nebula kind of in the center. Although, based on the artifacts, it looks like I might need to do another dark frame. Which is another advantage of running Alp, is you can force a dark frame. Let's see. Yeah, so let's find something for the left telescope. It's 9. Let's see. I'm gonna switch off this view because it can be a bit. See, that would be an interesting galaxy. I definitely should try that. Oh, and of course, my favorite, there's two quasars there in the field of view. 17th magnitude. Redshift of 1. 17th magnitude. So not super bright. At least not super bright for my environment. So let's see. Let's see, NGC 2419, and it is theoretically visible. So maybe I will try that. Hello, SMA Sky. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Welcome to the stream. I wonder. I'll do it. It's going to be a shorter. I'll do a short one. It's a globular cluster. Let me see if I do this. Let's look at an equatorial mode. Oops. Equatorial mode and let's see what that environment, what the kind of background looks like. Yeah, it's a relatively small globular, but why not? Well, we'll try that. It's been dropping a lot of frames, so we'll stop this. Okay. And we'll go image. And I'll do for I'll do 15 minutes. No need to go crazy on it. And are there any other bright stars in that? 7th magnitude, 10th magnitude. I'll try I'm not gonna autofocus, I'll just try that. It's supposed to have fog all night. Oh, that stinks. Yeah, fog. We had the last time. Was it the last time or the time before I did? It started getting cloudy here, and it seemed like it was fog, but it wasn't. But it felt like it when I went outside. It kind of felt like it was about to start. We were about to start getting fog, and I think we had some the next morning. Yeah, so that's. And then, like if it's particularly heavy fog, I worry about the moisture getting in things. All right. So it found it, which is good. I wasn't sure if it would be able to start since it's fairly close to a roof. Now the one on the right will be getting some field rotation, so we will see how bad that is. Oh, nice. M39. Let's see. Yeah, of course I can't do M39 right now because it's to my west and it's blocked by a building. But yeah. Open cluster. Yeah, nice. Kind of in a, oh, and then there's some nice areas around here. Different dark nebula. See, this is why it would be nice to have something at a darker location with I mean, someplace with better skies than what I've got. Oh, nice. Nice. Just did the Cygnus wall. That's cool. Star Lizard Cluster. I love these names. Star Lizard. The one I want to image at some point. Let me see when it's visible. The Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. When is that one going to be visible? Okay, so I might try to do that over the weekend. I might end up having a long live stream over the weekend, especially because it's going into the holidays. Let me add it to my list of targets. So it'll be after 1 a.m. NGC 2367 Charlie Brown's Christmas tree cluster. Yeah. I always love the names. All right. So what else do we want to try? No. Okay, so the intergalactic wanderer, man, that is a dim globular cluster. That is a faint one. How bright is that one? I didn't check before. I didn't notice before I ninth magnitude. That's not that dim. Just looks really dim. Granted, it's very low on my horizon, and you can see, since it's in equatorial mode, it's the telescope, the frame is kind of, it's on its side. So this is kind of downward, and yeah, we have a lot of lights every direction. We have a freeway, and we have buildings, we have stadiums, all within not that far. So the good thing is software is pretty good at removing some of those gradients. I definitely give it what do you call it, stress test out the gradient removal. Not stress tested, but I definitely give it something to work on. Well, I didn't image this for very long, so that's good. What else? The next thing we'll try. I can't do that spiral because that's too low. What can I do? Just trying to look at things that that aren't as well tread. Oh, actually. I could try these, although I'm afraid the building might be blocking it, but we could certainly try this. Yeah, M35 and NGC 2158. Let's see. There, on the Discord server, there were a few links about a topic that I've been thinking about recently, radio astronomy. Kind of half serious, half joking, but I had because the nice, well, pros and cons. One of the big cons, of course, one of the pros is you don't have to worry about it being cloudy. One of the cons, I found out, I was looking at for the hydrogen line, I guess the antennas are like 2 or 3 meters, which might be a bit awkward in my backyard, having a radio dish that large. So maybe that's not really something suitable for my my backyard. But it's something maybe one day. Let's see. What else was I going to talk about? Or what else was that I made a note about? Oh. Yeah, I see these different videos. So one of the tools that I've been using a lot more recently, and a lot of other people have, of course, that's how I found out about it, was cosmic clarity in the SETI Astro suite. And I just saw this short that came out today. About he's adding a curves utility to curves. Why did I do that? He's adding a curves utility to SETI Astro. So that's cool. It's very cool. So something to keep an eye out for. He's been adding a lot of good functionality recently, so that'll be neat. What was it? Oh, Cocoon Nebula? That's cool. Unfortunately, that one's also blocked by a building for me. Let's see, what else was there? What else did I have on my list? Oh, maybe I'll end up doing that tomorrow. I was a few nights ago, I had done a test between EQ mode and the native mosaic, and I had mentioned it earlier on the stream. Because if you do the native mosaic and you don't scale it up, but you rotate it, the Seestar will kind of fill that frame however you rotate it, and so it kind of fixes frame rotation in the sense that it kind of paints in kind of that whatever, however you have the frame oriented, and it sticks with that, which is cool. It also seems to be doing some kind of, as it's stacking, it is cleaning up the images and maybe removing gradient, or not maybe, it almost certainly is removing gradients and some other things as it's stacking. And so as a result, the image is nice, is clean, pretty clean. And one thing I wanted to do is rerun that test. And one of the problems I had last time was the right scope. The AltAz one wasn't very level, and today I managed it. It was a lot more level, but some of the I wanted to do it on some different targets that maybe will be later in the evening, so that might be a tomorrow or Saturday thing to rerun that test, where basically I image the same thing, but equatorial versus native mosaic, and then kind of compare. Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm glad I made the cut. That's cool. Yeah, I would be watching STLS probably if I wasn't streaming myself. Um, but that is definitely not. That is maybe this is why this globular cluster is an NGC object and not a Messier object. It's kind of it's kind of small, but I think I only did 15 minutes on this, so it'll be stopping before too long, and then I have to find another target for that one. Oh no, that's, I already figured out. I'm going to be doing this one. So it's an open cluster, and is that a globular? Looks like a globular. Nice star region. Oh, that's cool. There's a... Sometimes it's hard to tell if they're artifacts or galaxies. Let me look at this other view to see if yeah. Yeah, that'll be nice. One thing I had noticed is, or I hadn't thought about, usually what I'll do is I'll image things, certain types of targets with the light pollution filter, other types of targets without the light pollution filter. But I don't remember how I noticed it or read about it, but the twin cluster, it's NGC 884, I think, something like that. There's two different open clusters next to each other, and they look really nice. They're pretty dense open clusters, but I always shot it without the light pollution filter. But then somewhere I saw that there's actually a lot of nebulosity in the background, and so I reshot it, or started reshooting it recently with the light pollution filter, and I started seeing the red kind of nebulosity in the background. So that's what I'm kind of looking out for here, not assuming that a given target doesn't have something else interesting in the background that maybe I do want to engage the filter for, but not this one. We'll see if this doesn't end at 15 minutes even. I'm gonna stop it, and I'll point it at that other cluster, or those two clusters, which should be a bit more visually interesting than this was. But at least now I have the intergalactic wanderer, which isn't intergalactic. I think they thought it was, but then they recalculated the orbit and it's orbiting, I think, something like that. Okay, so that's done. Now I can go image, retrieve the coordinates, and this will be NGC 2158, and it's an M35, yeah, M35, and that. Total session time, temperature hasn't dropped, so I'll leave that alone. Do it for half an hour, crank up the gain a bit, no light pollution, and go. Yeah, the in equatorial mode it parks itself, so that's why it's like pointing at my fence right now, which is why it looks kind of mottled, but it's a little bit behind, so it's now should be slewing to the right location. Gonna have a sip of water. Sometimes I get funny comments And I had one of my concoctions in one of these mason jars, and someone made a comment that in the not on the live stream, but the video itself, that it was saying it was moonshine, which I thought was really funny. Um, but no moonshine, not today. Oh, hello, hello, Hein. So here's the one little cluster, and this is already looking better than that intergalactic wanderer. Not even a minute of data. This, I mean, just the. Actually, let me check this. Just curious. Bernard 3. Is that what I'm imaging? Yeah, that's what I'm imaging. So I framed it like this. Let me turn on this. So I would expect there to be kind of some dark nebulosity here, which is kind of hard to tell because like with the gradient, because like it looks like there's something there, but I think, well, maybe that's part of this. Sometimes it's hard to tell. But yeah, that's the unfortunate thing here. Yeah. Moon. Oh, I get it. I get it. I don't know if that was the joke. Obviously, when I read it, it didn't click. Moonshine. Very funny. Dang. Why didn't I? I'm disappointed in myself. That's like that's like a borderline dad joke. I should have gotten that. I like that though. Moonshine. Astronomers drink moonshine. Yeah. Sadly, that's not what I'm drinking. It's water with some flavoring, which is kind of questionable. The flavoring. But yeah, this is the one on the left's already looking a lot better than that intergalactic wanderer. Yeah. Yeah, if you if anybody's watching who hasn't liked the video, please like it. It does help. It does help. And I do appreciate it a lot. Yeah, so next Saturday, Friday and Saturday should be good here. So I will definitely be doing live streams. I might end up doing a fairly long one, but we'll see. Maybe one of the nights. Saturday night looks like it could be a good one, because above average seeing, whereas tomorrow night it's merely average. But then actually now it's looking like Sunday might be a possibility. But then it's kind of spotty next week. Although if this holds, it looks like Christmas night could be clear here. Not sure if I'd do a live stream Christmas night. Might not be feeling up to it. And I don't think I don't think Santa is going to be bringing me any Astro gear to that I'd want to test out Christmas night. So sadly, no. Hello, Seiko. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, this. I just need more light to get to see into the darkness, to see the dark nebula. Like there's so much noise on the right side. It's hard to even tell where it might actually be picking up lack of light and how much of it is just noise. An AM5. No, I'd want what I want in my stocking is an Astro camera, a new Astro camera, like a cooled 585, IMX 585 level of camera. But I don't think Santa's bringing that this year. Oh, nice. Well, Santa really pulled out all the stops for you there. That's nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's definitely the next thing I want to get, because I mean it's the biggest gap in what I have. I mean, as far as level of equipment, besides my Seestars, I have, yeah, it's like mounts, I'm fine. Telescopes, I'm fine. Cameras, not so much. But yeah, on the 585, yeah. But if anybody wants to buy something like that, there are links in the description, affiliate links in the description from High Point Scientific if you wanted to buy yourself a cooled Astro camera, especially if you live in the US and before tariffs kick in. Yeah. Some of the people do some quite remarkable stuff with SLRs and mirrorless cameras. Yeah, the I had that earlier, but it was a small poodle. It was using me for warmth and vice versa, I think. I have updates available. Uh-oh. Wait, where do I have updates available? Oh, from a Pi? Oh. If you were looking back when I logged into the Pi, probably. See, now I'm curious. Maybe, probably. Oops, close the wrong thing. Yeah, I have updates on my Pi that need to be applied. I also have some on my laptop that need to be applied. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, so definitely I'll do a live stream, well, Friday and or Saturday, but over the upcoming week I'll be off, so I might do a live stream or two next week. We'll see. Definitely plan on catching up on some projects, maybe kind of work on this remote code a bit more, get it more stable, and then commit it in. The good thing about it is it's kind of separate from the normal functionality. So unless you configure it, it really doesn't do anything. So it doesn't really hurt to merge it in. See the thing into the lower right corner here? That's, I think that's a, what do you call it? A neighbor's roof that is now kind of entering the frame. So as it's tracking, it's getting some of the roof. So I'm probably going to have to stop that one. Or maybe I'll just let it go and see how bad it gets. Hey there, Chris. How's it going? Thanks for joining. What'd you miss? Just been imaging things. Conditions are good, and which is great. Imaged a couple of faint galaxies at the beginning, which some were pretty faint, so now I'm trying to get things a little bit brighter. The one on the left is kind of failing. Yeah. What is it? It's a M35 and NGC 2158, and it's in the telescope that's in equatorial mode. And the problem is, if I go, let me turn this off. This is blindingly bright. So let's go to M35 and equatorial mode. And if I zoom out, like, is that even the right time? Yeah. I think it looks like it's clear of the roof line, but I think what's happening now is I think this is the neighbor's satellite dish, which is over here somewhere, or over here. And yeah, so that's what this dark thing is. The Pi 500 and the Pi monitor. Is that what you're thinking of? I mean, they do look like a very nice compact setup. So it's all in one. I have a Pi 400 and I like it. The Pi 500's, I mean, just that much faster, and then the monitor. Yeah, the new Pi monitor. That looks interesting. I don't know if you saw it or not. If you saw that, Gearling. if you saw the Jeff Geerling, was it on this one? Where he, not an ad for Hamilton. Skip. All right, where he has the Pi 500 and two monitors, two of the monitors. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I thought that was cool. And such a portable setup to. It's kind of nice little Linux computer. Yeah, this must be the satellite dish because you can see it's kind of a rounded object, and it's yeah. The good thing is if since it is equatorial, unlike the native mosaics, I don't have to do any weird processing to restack it. So I can definitely restack this one on the left to get rid of some of this. But that's cool. Elephant trunk. That's true. That's another way of doing it. A Pi, a tablet, and a Bluetooth keyboard, which I've done that in the past too. I think I did that with some Android tablets, and I've done it with an iPad over the years. And actually, I even have, well, it's not up here, but I even have a Raspberry Pi tablet that a third-party kind of thing I had gotten a few years back. It has a Pi 4 in it, which it's not bad. It's not too bad. I don't use it nearly as much as I should. I've thought about repurposing it. I'm not sure what I'm going to repurpose it for. I had thought about repurposing it for some of the for an observing kind of interface, but not sure. Maybe I should do that. Maybe. Yeah, the problem is my skies are so bad and there's so much light pollution that it's really hard to tell that there's any dark nebula on a live stack. Like with post-processing, it starts coming out, but yeah, there's too much going on that one on the right, but I am getting data, so at least there's that. Let's see, what else? I did 18 minutes time on target, or it's 18 minutes time on target. I think I only did half an hour on this one on the left. Let's see. Oh, the witch hat's already visible or close to visible. The Eye of God galaxy. It looks kind of tiny for the Eye of God. I don't know if I'd be able to. I was thinking about stopping what I'm imaging right now, but I don't know that I'd have enough time to really do much with this before it kind of goes behind a building. Yeah, I'd only have about half an hour, so maybe I'll skip this one. And I'll think of something else to image. That's why I need a third telescope going so I can have more things going at once. Really, before that, I need to figure out a better place for the telescope where it don't have to deal with satellite dishes. Now the good thing is the jellyfish nebula is getting in better position, but and the monkey head, it's always a good one. Maybe I'll do the monkey head just because it's a nice bright target. Yeah, we'll do the monkey head next. On the right. Actually, what I should do is I should do some of it with light pollution and some without. You know what? Maybe I'll do something different. I'll start it without light pollution filter and then turn on the light pollution filter partway through. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Over the next hour, minimal frame rotation, so yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I'm doing M35 on my equatorial Seestar, the framing is nope, wrong scope. I have it kind of framed like this, but if you're doing mosaic, you'd have full control over the framing. Like you could come up with a more optimal framing for it. Oh, wrong one. Monkey head. It's Pac-Man, not monkey head. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, let me see. Let's see. Let us see. Oh. The eye of God that I was talking about is the isn't the nebula. It's a galaxy called the Eye of God. So I mean the names, I don't know why some of the names and then they reuse them on two totally different objects. But yeah, I think the helix is cool. The Helix Nebula is very cool. So yeah, let me, because this has already gotten half an hour of data. How much did I run this for? Did I do a full hour on this? No, I restarted it, so it lost the schedule. So that's fine. I'm just going to go ahead and stop this. And I'm going to try going for the monkey head, which is 2174. And like I say, I'm going to do something a little different this time. I'm going to start without light pollution filter. And I'm going to run it that way a little bit. We'll really crank this up. I'm going to do it for an hour. And again, I can always stop if I want to. I can stop anytime. So what? Let me just double check on this. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. And then depending on how that goes, I will manually engage the light pollution filter while it's imaging. So that's the plan. All right. Autofocus. Hopefully it's not obstructed by a satellite dish, but we'll find out soon. Okay, stacking has commenced. Smorgasbord. The smorgasbord. It's a no, stop. That's hilarious. I typed smorgasbord and it picked my smorgasbord. It's like a it's a kind of it's like a buffet. It's a buffet. So it's a number of different things. I don't know why I thought of that. I don't know. It's just came to me one night. Smorgasbord. Hello, Scott's Legos Rule. Sent a Seestar image of the California nebula. That's cool. Alligator cluster. That's funny. That's cool. Not funny. I was reading the next message. Alligator. Helps if I knew how to. Is it the swimming alligator cluster? Also known as the Bruce Lee cluster. Really? I don't know if it's the same one. Yeah, it was just I don't know. It just came to me one because I had kind of like I wanted to talk about the I was going to talk about it last time and I didn't talk about it much, and I was going to talk about it this time and I don't think I'll do it tonight either. But I was going to talk about like the lawsuit, the telescope loss class action, and then I wanted to do some remote observing stuff and just a variety of things. And so I don't know, I was like, smorgasbord, why not? So okay, so it is successfully imaging. So let's see what this is. Okay, I can see some of the nebulosity there. Now, this is without the light pollution filter. And it's, yeah, there's method in my madness, theoretically. I think I'll let this go for a couple minutes. Well, it's already gone for a couple minutes. Maybe a few more minutes. Maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes total. And then I'll engage the light pollution filter. It's kind of an experiment. Okay, that finished. So I can figure out a different target for this one, and it's gone back to parked position, so it's not pointing at a fence. So let's figure out something for the left telescope. It is now close to 10. Do I do that? I keep doing, or should I feel like that one's too dim to do it justice. I was thinking of doing the jellyfish, but nebula, but with my skies, I feel like takes too much data. You know, maybe I'll do that. I was thinking of doing M81 and M82, Bode's Galaxy, and the Cigar Galaxy, since I've got a nebula going on the right. I might do that. And we just finished a open cluster and globular cluster, so kind of mixing it up. Yeah, I am tempted to, especially if I go later, either tomorrow or Saturday. Like if I end up wanting to go like well past midnight, I'm debating maybe not starting at 7, but starting at like 8, 8:30 even. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll play it by ear. Okay. All right. I think that is, I'm going to go ahead and, actually what I could do is I could even do it. Yeah, I'll do it from here. Or no, I'll do it over here. So we'll go to commands and use the light pollution filter. And now it's on light pollution filter. And so okay. All right, it's updating. So let's go back to this one and figure out. I'll do M81, M82. And actually, I wonder. Let's look at M81, M82. Now, one thing I'd been kind of thinking about with these two all sky. Let's look. I think it might be Jupiter. This needs to refresh. Oh yeah, that's Jupiter, I think. I could try, well, yeah, let's try that. Let me try doing the equatorial at Jupiter. I haven't actually tried that. I'll get to that later. So I'm gonna not image, but I'm just gonna go to Jupiter and planet there. I think that's right, and go. And now again, the problem I always well, yeah, the biggest problem right now is that Alp doesn't support planet mode per se. So it doesn't, the biggest gap as I see it is the lack of zoom. Granted, it's a digital zoom, but still it doesn't have it. And there's only so much I can zoom at using the browser. Now this might be a bit tricky. Or will it? Question is, will it be able to plate solve? Hopefully. Plate solve succeeded. Okay, cool. So let's go look at live view. It's probably going to be... No, it's not quite. Now let's see. Jupiter. Okay. So Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa. So Ganymede, Callisto, Europa, and Io on the other side. Now, how can I... Why is it drifting? Shouldn't be drifting. Problem is, if I go to, if I stop this, it's gonna, I think it's gonna park itself. Okay, it didn't park itself. Good, good, good. All right, so we can, monkey head's turning out nicely. So let me move it over. Whoa, did I overdo it? I overdid it. Went the wrong way. Oops. Oh, there we go. Whoa, whoa. This is almost comical. Almost. Come on. Come on. There. Oh. Okay. Let me not touch the controls. All right, so Yeah, straight strings of stars. This is... Alright, so... Alright. Okay. Okay, too little gain. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's I can't zoom it anymore. Can I zoom this? Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, it's yeah, they're definitely there. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this larger on screen. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Please bear with me while I try something out here. All right. Okay. Did that actually... Let's see if this works. I'm just trying to see if it's possible to zoom it even more. sorry, I'm live. What is it? I'm in moon mode. Oh. See, well, let's do it. All right, sorry, just give me a sec here. Oh yeah, there we go. that was painful. I was just trying to basically force the image to zoom more, or be able to zoom more. There we go. You can definitely see the bands now, even more clearly. Is there any saturation adjustment? I think that's all done client side, so currently no. Currently no. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, let me let's try to get, you know what I need to do? Actually, I wonder, now that I've done this where I can go so far in, let me go to the same page over here and it's blurrier. Maybe there? I don't know. Flip pancakes. That's a great idea. I think somebody needs to do that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Jupiter is it's a great red spot. I don't think so. I don't know. But yeah, it's yeah, not too bad, honestly. Let me I think I'm overloading because I don't have some of the controls for exposure. Oh, and it showed up as if it heard me. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not I'm not even 100% sure if it's I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. And it's not bad. I mean, it can do a lot, and being able to push it even for this isn't too bad. Yeah. And then of course I can crank up the exposure and get, actually I have to do it a lot more to get a whole lot more. So what was it? It was So Ganymede, Callisto, Europa, and Io. And we're sending a probe to this one. We're sending a probe to that one. Well, see, I don't know if it's, I mean, I don't know, let's see, Jupiter. And actually, let me, I don't know how accurate that is. Does it actually? No, it's a fixed image. That would be too much to ask for. Okay. Oh, cool. Enter a date. So today is the 19th. So the Great Red Spot will transited 2 hours ago. Is that right? So yeah, it transited at it's now 4:00. So over 2 hours ago it transited. Now the question is, would it be on this band? I'm guessing, yeah. So I'm not sure. Maybe on that band. Yeah, it is the top. But yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, with the Seestar, because it's visible light, for solar stuff, theoretically you should be able to, like, the really bright flares will produce visible light flares. They're not common, but I don't think they're common. But yeah, you don't. The one thing, so I do have a what do you call it, a hydrogen alpha telescope, and I've been wanting to do kind of a time lapse with that one, because I was watching it once. I mean, I wasn't, I don't think I wasn't watching it through an eyepiece. I was watching it through kind of a live camera on my laptop, and I was looking at a particular prominence, and over a fairly short span, I kind of was noticing how it was collapsing, which was kind of cool. You don't always, I mean, you kind of know it's active, very dynamic, but to actually see it kind of, and I had to go back and look at some previous frames because I thought, I'm like, am I imagining that? Has that already changed? And it had, which was kind of cool. But I don't have a particularly, I have like one of the cheapest H alpha telescopes, but even with that, I was able to see something, which I thought was neat. So that definitely made me start thinking I need to do a time lapse of that, because that would be really cool. And maybe with the like that sun's, there's some active region on the far side of the sun, because there've been some halo coronal mass injections like heading away from, like the other direction, away from, on the far side of the sun, away from the sun. And so if that area still remains active as it kind of moves into view, I think that would be cool to image it. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, the sun is particularly active right now, and yeah, maybe I should do that over the weekend. Let me look at. Unfortunately, that one sunspot, or I mean, that one solar telescope's still kind of down, but Soho's running. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, like the SDO is what was doing kind of the viewer. But what was it? It was is it on this one? There was sorry. Let's go back to this. I think it was in Discord. Somebody posted that. There is a solar group. Yeah, this was. Yeah, here's another. This was another Halo event earlier today. So a large coronal mass ejection away from Earth. And then there was. Oh, this is cool. This was a. Let me. Can I pop this out? No. Oh yeah, this was. This was an image I found posted. This was cool. It was basically one of the really strong coronal mass ejections that just happened. Or kind of forecasting how fast it was moving. But yeah, that was a pretty strong one. Oh, and here's another one. This was a different coronal mass ejection yesterday or the day before. This one, of course, is it not gonna? Yeah. Anyway, you can see the big bubble there. It was going away. It was going 3,000 kilometers per second. One of the fastest coronal mass ejections ever detected or measured. That's cool. Yeah, the sun diver comets. Those are cool. Some of those videos where, yeah, especially where you see it diving towards the sun and then it just like kind of evaporates. Like there was that there were the two comets back in October, and one was really good, and then the other one was, it wasn't clear if it would be spectacular, and it was going to get really close to the sun, and it ended up being like a headless comet where it had started falling apart, and yeah, it never came back around the sun. Yeah, that would yeah, there was yeah, well, we won't talk about things hitting comets or asteroids that not today. But yeah, it's there've been a few interesting things over the years. The one I thought was disconcerting was yeah. Was that the one? Yeah. What was it? Sorry, I'm looking something up that... Yeah. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. It was, let me, I remember reading about this one and seeing this years ago, but let's go back to this. But yeah, as far as Earth crossing, oh, bye, hi, thanks for joining. Good night. The one I saw was this 1972 Great Daylight Fireball. It was, it got down to 35 miles above Earth's surface. It was going 9 miles a second over Utah. Caused double sonic boom. Smoke trail lasted for several minutes. This was the path. It was believed to be 10 to 46 feet in diameter. Might have been, weren't sure if it was stony or whatever. But there was an old footage of it. Like, you can see the fireball in the trail going across the sky. Yeah. In daylight. That was kind of disconcerting. That was an interesting one. That was yeah, I went through 100 seconds. Yeah. If it hadn't entered at a grazing angle, it could have ended in an air burst, which could have been... Yeah, that would have definitely been a bit disconcerting. And an air burst would have been like that one that was in Russia, where it, back in earlier in the 2000s. That, yeah. But yeah, this looks pretty good. I think I'm gonna move. I think I'm gonna go ahead and image. I'm gonna switch this one back. Switch it to that M81. Just for now. Let's go. Do I still have it? Nope. So let's find that. Whoa, is that zoomed in enough? So let's pick. Is that a good spot? Yeah, that's a good spot. We'll pick that spot. And I was going to do something a little different. I was actually going to also do light pollution filter on this. Again, methods to my madness, but... And go. And then I'm going to go switch this one back to the other one, which that's coming along nicely. Oh yeah, that's coming along very nicely. Yeah. And hopefully M81 is visible. Actually, so let me see. Nope. All right. Yeah, just posting the link to the fireball video. I remember seeing that video like years ago. I think maybe even before. It was yeah, it would have been back in the 90s or 80s. And it was, I think it was might have been a show where they were talking about like impacts and near misses and things like that. Well, that's not encouraging. 3 failures in a row. I'm wondering if this is obstructed. Oh, I just realized something. Let's go look at this. Okay. I wasn't sure, because sometimes I'm a little concerned that it ends up pointing at the other scope. So let me see. Oh, I managed to get 2 stacked frames. So we'll see what it looks like. Hopefully it isn't like an image of part of the other telescope. Okay. Okay. Doesn't look too bad. Maybe it's just too dim. Or something, I don't know. Maybe the light pollution filter is too much for it. Although now it's done 5 in a row. So moonrise, that is a great question. Let me check. It's always hard to tell with me because my sky is so bright anyway, and plus, like, for the first, I don't know, couple hours after the moon rises, it's blocked by a building. Actually, my all sky camera tells me it's just 7 degrees above the horizon. So yeah, it's it has risen, but it's really low and it's definitely blocked at this point. Let's see. Moon. It is... How much longer before it becomes visible? It won't pop up until like after 2 in the morning. I mean, it'll be washing out the sky, but it won't be directly shining on the telescope until late. Oh, can see Orion in the all sky. Let me go look at that. This is, I always like it when you can start seeing like that kind of detail already. Oh yeah, right there. There you go. So yeah, I think that will be next on the agenda. I mean, the monkey head's doing pretty well, and actually I've gotten over half an hour of data on it, so I could probably stop this before too long. And oh, hi, still watching. Glad you're still here. And the other thing, as I always point out, I have very, very bad skies here, so very light polluted, so Burning Man. That's not until Labor Day weekend. You mean Running Man? Burning Man. That would be interesting. I want to see a Burning Man. Yeah, the skies aren't too bad, and this time of year is when we tend to have some of our best skies, just because the fronts like clear out all the junk in the sky. Actually, what I wanted to do over in Orion, there was. So let me look at this. Let me shrink that, and so. Oh wow, it's very visible. But what I had, there were actually a couple of different things I was thinking of doing today. One of them was, wait, I think this one I've already imaged. Yeah, the Casper the Friendly Ghost. Not necessarily that one. Actually, the one was that the one? No, that wasn't it. Although that is interesting. This would be an interesting dark nebula. Let's see how bright the background is. That could be interesting. I thought about doing that one just for a little something different. It's just outside of outside Bernard's Loop. What was another one? There was. So there's. Wasn't. Like there's so many nebula. There's so much nebulosity in this area that I'd seen on a list some other things that would be kind of possibly interesting to image. Is it that? The Teardrop Nebula? Maybe it was the Teardrop Nebula. Actually, even like this whole area here. Although I have a feeling some of these are probably maybe a bit too ambitious to try. Although I am intrigued by that, this dark nebula, but it looks really faint. Just really I want to do a really wide field of Orion. I haven't done a proper one, but Cosmic Bat Nebula. That's going to be tricky. I don't know. Wait, did this? No, it's still going. Wow, look at how red that is. The monkey head's going well. So, and now I can't point the equatorial. Well, it might be too tricky to point the equatorial at Orion. So, I think, yeah, it theoretically could work, but I'm not. I'll do the AltAz method down there. Yeah, this has turned out nice. So let's see. There's some more things about to. Actually, before I do that, let me look down here, just make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Robin's Egg Nebula. I mean, I could do a Seestar mosaic of that. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do a Seestar mosaic of M42 and the Running Man. So let me go stop this. This actually hasn't dropped too many frames. 51 minutes time on target. Yeah. Okay, stop that. Burning Man. Yeah, exactly. Burning Man. Somebody needs to name something a Burning Man nebula. That would be fun. So what I'm gonna do is go to guest mode, and I will release control, and then I've got to start the app on my over here. All right. I'm not going to go through the switching and reframing, because that always takes a while. Okay. All right. I'm actually going to do a pretty big framing of it. So we will see how that turns out. And as soon as it starts imaging, I will switch. I'll release control and switch back so we can look at it. Yeah, yeah, it's Bode's. And the cigar, is it the cigar galaxy? Is looking decent. Yeah, that's annoying. I wonder when it'll ship. Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right. Or yeah, yeah, M80 or cigar. Yeah. Okay. What? Okay. Okay, that I need to see if it actually kept the framing I had set. I will know shortly. Hmm. Okay. Cool. It took a while, but um. All right. All right. Let's claim control. And go live view. Yeah, it was what in the world? That must be one of the, looks like a dropped frame. These images are kind of big and it's taking a while. It's really weird. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It hasn't done that in a while. Where it's getting the preview frames and the stack at the same time. There was like a bug and I had fixed it, but I guess maybe I broke it again. Or maybe it was just a glitch. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's always one of the issues, is aligning the data. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it I I've thought about having it like showing both of them at the same time, maybe like the subframe as a smaller thing. Yeah, I need to think about that because it is interesting. It's not always what you want, but it is. So let's see what Seiko said. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. So this was a dew shield, magnetic filter adapter, lens cap, and batten off mask. That's cool. It's, yeah. Magnetic filter adapters for compression rings. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, that was, I'm just dropping the link. I'm not endorsing this item, but it looks interesting. Yeah. Yeah. It would be something like that. Yeah, I need to I have a batten off mask. I don't think I got it explicitly like or individually. I think I got it as part of a set. And I've thought about, you know, I've only used it once, but I didn't really I think I had difficulty with it because of my bright skies, honestly. Maybe I didn't point it at a bright enough star, but yeah, I should give it another shot. Yeah. Please leave good feedback. That's funny. Free gift. Yeah. Like I say, I never really gave it much of a shot, but I've been meaning to try it just to give it do a due diligence on it, but I haven't had a chance. And I think part of the problem was maybe I got it after we already had mosquitoes outside, and so I was like not wanting to dwell outside trying to fiddle with the focus. Yeah, the dew shield and filter holder. Yeah. No, that's cool. Thanks. Let's see. 20 minutes. Yeah. And I do have a filter, and yeah. You have a yeah, I'm sure you do, Seiko. Have a few filters. Yeah, side by side would be interesting. Yeah, that's why I need to print a filter holder, a 3D print a filter holder for my Seestar, because I had thought about doing that with, especially with, because I'm kind of curious how like a narrowband filter would do for some things, compared to the built-in light pollution filter. Or I guess my concern is sometimes I feel like the telescope struggles in my it struggles to get enough light to track. I feel like when I'm pointing at certain targets with the light pollution filter turned on, just because my terrible skies. So I don't know, but I have wanted to test that out. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I have seen, I don't know if it was exactly a side by side, but I've seen some comparisons with a, I think it's basically a Bader filter for, or that the film, the solar film, but the Bader solar film for the Seestar. And it does seem to produce better images, but that said, the filter that comes with the Seestar is pretty good. So, yeah, that's another thing I could probably do. I do have plenty of that film. I could probably just put it in front of one of the Seestars, or put it in front of a Seestar and then image with the other one as well. Man, it is dropping a lot of frames on the right. That's unfortunate. I mean, I really don't know why, unless it's just having its standard tracking kind of issues. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell from this perspective, but it's pointing past it. Now this one looks like it's almost pointing at it, but this one isn't. This one isn't dropping. It's this one that's dropping. They're actually approximately next to each other. So I did actually do that once. I did. And really, these are probably closer to each other than they should be. Because that's why I started having them where now they are kind of at the edge of the frame, because, yeah, I had it where it was dropping frames and it was literally pointing at the other one. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Are you talking about on the all sky? Because there's an M42 right there. Yeah, and then let's go look at that. Yeah. Below M42. I mean, it's dang it. I keep like it's isn't it like these three star is that right? Oh no, it's just like basically the stars that are there. kind of, and the middle one is, yeah, I mean, I mean, what doesn't, I mean, look at the star shapes here. The problem is it's like the optics on this aren't great and the focus isn't perfect. Um, so yeah, they're like all the stars are kind of misshapen. I mean, some of it's star trailing and some of it's just optics. I mean, the lens is like a cheap, uh, fairly cheap camera. It's got, um, but yeah, it's yeah, the Burning Man. But I think it's basically, yeah, the jewel, the lost jewel of Orion, and then kind of the core of Orion, and then this, I think those are the three sword stars or something. Oops, somehow I managed to. Scary. Yeah, exactly. Burning ants into a set of jewels. Yep. Yep. There we go. So it claimed that this mosaic would take over an hour, but I think that's probably going to be optimistic, honestly. And it's dropping a lot of frames. That's interesting. Yeah, I always liked M42. Yeah. Yeah. Something. I'm not sure what I've thought it looked like, but it's, yeah. Yeah. No, it's one of the, I know how that goes, where once you see something a certain way, it's hard to see it a different way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what I've seen it as. What else? But yeah, tomorrow I'll probably do, I don't know, like I say, I might start a little later. Just so I'm not sitting as long. But maybe not. We'll see. Play it by ear. No, it's a star producing region. So it's a lot of gas, and it's like the triangulum, the stars kind of in this area. What is that? Like the triangulum stars are all very new, and they're what do you call it, lighting up the gas. And yeah, I mean, some of that is, you know, I don't know. Sometimes it's a visual thing, and sometimes it's because maybe there's dark clouds that are kind of obstructing the view in certain directions, or maybe it's a different composition and perspective, of Earth, and so like I remember reading something that because those stars that are very bright and energetic are basically the radiation pressure from them is going to basically clear out the nebula. I don't remember over what time scale, but eventually the Orion Nebula will dissipate. I don't know how to spell. Yeah. No, the planetary. I forget what it was. Yeah, the stars are only 1 million years old. Some of them in the center. Yeah, I mean, I remember reading something, about the age of some of those stars. I mean, some of them are like, they're like in the order of millions, but I remember seeing a shorter time scale for some of them. Yeah, the trapezium. There's 700 stars in various stages of formation within the nebula. That's a lot of stars. Yeah, stellar wind and effects. Oh yeah, see, look at this. These are some close-ups of like ripples, shock waves in the cloud. Oops. But it was, where was it? The structure, star formation, stellar winds, bow shocks, supersonic bullets. The youngest and brightest are thought to be less than 300,000 years old, and the brightest may be only 10,000 years in age. So, younger than the oldest human settlements, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, this is what, over time, the ultraviolet light from the massive stars will push away the surrounding gas and dust, called photoevaporation. Within 100 within about 100,000 years, most of the gas and dust will be ejected. The remains will form an open cluster. So, like open clusters that we observe that are, or other targets we observe where it's an open cluster. That's the It started off with in some kind of nebula like that, and then eventually the young stars cleared out the gas and dust, and then leaving just an open cluster of stars. Yeah, so the Orion Nebula will be gone maybe within 100,000 years, which is in the scale of in the cosmic scale, this cosmic sense of things, that isn't very long. So we're seeing it at a good moment. And that article said that the trapezium stars and some of the other ones have already cleared out a bit of a cavity, which is why we can see some of the stars in the trapezium area, I think, specifically. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, you would be hard pressed. I mean, just the sensors alone have made so much progress. It's making slow progress. Where is it now? Is it coming down the side here, or is it... Let me see, what else is there? 11? Not visible yet. Now the rosette isn't visible. Oops, rosette is visible, so maybe tomorrow evening I'll do a mosaic, another mosaic of the rosette. I think that'll be good. I would have to code it to do that, I think. I mean, theoretically I could, I guess. Actually, let me see if I can do that. Why not? Let's see. Wait, let's see, which one is this? The right scope is 251. Okay. Oh, hello, Callus. What happened while you weren't here? I don't know. I've just been imaging some things. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, I've just been imaging things. Some galaxies, nebula. These are probably two of the more interesting things that I've imaged tonight. Not interesting. two of the things that are turning out the best. The Monkey Head Nebula was pretty good. But yeah, that's about it. Oh, and I guess that's all there. I guess I only had it set for a finite amount of time, so this is done. I just need to come up with something else for that one. But first, let's see if I can do something with this. 251. It wasn't get stacked image, it was get stacked begin streaming. Let's see if this works. This might be regrettable, but we'll try. Is it 4,700, I think. Yeah. Uh, 42251, 4,700. We'll see what kind of chaos I can unleash here. We shall see. But no, it won't, that won't work. That won't work. I have to do it on that specific connection, I think. Let me check on that. Yeah. Well, the moon has risen, but it is currently, for the next couple hours, it's going to be behind a building. So you can, it's like 13, no, more than that, 16 degrees above the horizon, but it's blocked. It's blocked by a building. So let's see what we can, let me find something. Let me see, find something to point the left one at. Well, I'm gonna, before I do that, let me see if I can unleash some chaos here. Yeah, I'm gonna unleash some chaos. Let's try this. Okay, we'll see what this one does. Whoa. What's happening? try that again. And what I need to do is, and well, I shouldn't say need to do, but what I want to do is figure out the next target then. Okay, I got it. I got it in the mode. Man, look at what it does with the star trails, geez. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was actually Seiko. Seiko contributed that. So let's find a target. I could do the Christmas tree. I could do the Christmas tree. Is that right? I think so. And since it's equatorial, the framing will be good. But I need to... See, the problem is the framing is... like you miss part of it if you frame it that way. So really it needs to be closer to that. Let's see if there's something else to image besides Christmas tree cluster. Yeah, we'll do Christmas tree. Okay. Yeah, this is getting a little confused, but it is showing kind of what it's doing. So it just got a bad stack, so wonder, or a bad frame, a drop frame, so wonder if it'll update. Okay. it's not consistently sending the subframes, but it is sending something, so that's good. At least it's doing something. Yeah, I guess it is showing a decent... It is showing... Maybe it is showing all the subframes. Yeah, that's interesting. It's one of the failed ones. Like, what is it doing there where it's like tries to image while it's moving? Like that. Why is it doing that? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of this code. Okay. I'm just I mean the moon I don't think will rise for a while. Yeah, I mean it's it won't I shouldn't say it's risen, it's just it won't become visible until after 2 a.m. and I'm not streaming tonight that late. At least that wasn't my plan. Is fetching stacked. Let's see. It's weird. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to. Sorry, I was just looking at the image encode and realizing there was something there that I should probably improve, and so I had to make a note in the code. My hope is next week I'll have some more chance to kind of work on some of these outstanding things I've been meaning to do with the code. One of them is I want to add annotations so you can look at what kind of like in the app where you can identify what's on the image. The information's actually already being sent, and I have some code that can read those annotations. I just need to put it in place. So are you saying to trigger the Seestar mosaic? Or kind of a different way of doing the Alp mosaics to do one like it. I mean, I think ultimately the biggest issue is going to be with the interface. Yeah, I think that's ultimately going to be the interface. Well, I guess I was thinking if you do like our mosaic, but then you just, yeah, I don't know. But if it's a mosaic like their mosaic, the way it kind of does the spiral, that yeah, we don't have control over that. Yeah, I mean, I like the convenience of the Seestar mosaics, but the kind of the drop frames and some other things are a bit like, again, I don't know why it's trying to take an image while it's still moving. It's like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. It's like, oh, it's time to take an image. It's like, but I'm still moving. Nope, gonna take an image. Like that. But and then that, like, why? So it's kind of moving to the left and up. It's kind of, I mean, it's nice because you can see how it's moving, but the fact it captured that frame. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. Because the drop frame count didn't go up. So maybe those are just... Maybe it's not actually capturing. At least not all of them. Yeah, so maybe it isn't. Maybe they really are preview frames. I mean, not preview frames, but like, it's like a live view. Yeah, I thought maybe some of it was intermediate frames, but it's not. I mean, subframes, but it's not subframes. Sorry, it's kind of a little mesmerizing watching it. It's weird. And then it dropped a few frames in a row. Just makes, yeah, I don't know. Very strange. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I keep getting mesmerized by looking at the stack. Let's see, what else? What else was there? Oh, yeah, that couple random things I ran across. It was this video about Smith's cloud, which is a kind of a cloud of gas, and that's orbiting the Milky Way. But anyway, that kind of led me to look up this Fermi bubbles, and these discovered in 2010 gamma ray observations. I'm having a hard time talking tonight. Revealed previously unknown features in our galaxy that stretch halfway across the sky. They're called Fermi bubbles now. It's basically this magenta. The blue is the Milky Way, kind of. Yeah, like if you were looking at it from orbit, and yeah, the Fermi bubbles, they go 50,000 light years, and it was saying that it may have been an eruption from the central black hole of the galaxy. Kind of like other galaxies will have relativistic jets or other kind of emissions. That might have happened, or it looks like it did happen, perhaps at some point in the past. So I thought that was kind of cool and very random. That yeah, these things we're still discovering about our own. Well, yeah, because it's probably calculating it based on whatever it is showing on the screen, so it's probably going all over the place. Yeah, it probably about another hour. That said, I did kind of oversize the mosaic to try, like, basically if some of the corners ended up not complete, it didn't bother me because I had scaled it so big, like so much beyond the Running Man, you know? So my thought was, if I wanted to stop it early, it wouldn't, I still would get kind of what I wanted out of it. So yeah, that was part of the reason. Well, not part of the reason, but I thought I'd try it anyway. Or I tried, and if it completed in a reasonable amount of time, fine. But if not, and some of the corners weren't finished, that was okay too. . 。 but it is making progress, which is good. And this, again, noisy mess, but it does clean up somewhat. I need to reprocess the other Christmas tree cone nebula data I have. Although if I could just get a few more frames in the upper right, that would be nice. It's just a shame that it dropped so much. Sorry, again, I keep getting distracted looking at that. What else was there? There was the Fermi bubbles. Yeah. And it seems to be kind of in the same area. Although now it's moving. Very, I mean, okay. Moved a bit to the right and got a bit more in the towards the corner. need to stop staring at that because just yeah, all right. Yeah. I think before tomorrow's live stream, I need to make sure I've had enough sleep beforehand. Because otherwise I end up having a hard time finding words. Words hard. Looks like it's kind of moving. It's almost filled in that upper right corner. Yeah, I need to come up with a better way of dealing with this kind of dynamic, showing kind of the intermediate or the live view while it's, or whatever it's sending the preview while it's stacking, because it is kind of interesting to get an idea of where it is. And the fact you can see it moving. At the risk of really doing something weird to this, I'm gonna try something here. Let's switch to this scope. For some reason, I like doing things that are I wonder if I change this. What I started wondering is if the star trails are because the preview was 750 milliseconds. And if it is actually a true preview. Versus what I initially thought it was, which was some kind of subframe. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, maybe not. Like that was still blurred. and that's blurred. Or I should say trailed. Especially the last one was pretty drastic. Actually, I'm gonna try something else here. Just for grins, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I'll try that. All right, doing another little experiment with the code. I actually turned off the stack, just because I wanted to see what happens if I do that. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, there we go. I basically turned off the stack because I'm just curious how often this will update. That's going to move. Yeah, I'm gonna switch back to showing both. Okay, restart. Sorry, I was behind in the chat. Do you have a regular astro rig? Yeah, I have a refractor. I have a couple of old telescopes too. But yeah, refractor, and then I have solar telescope dedicated solar telescope, and then I have I have another refractor that I've thought about kind of not refurbishing, but kind of cleaning up and using again. I think it's a 50 millimeter, but it's a longer focal length, so that might be a good one. Which is why or for certain things, so I've thought about. It was sitting in a closet, so. But yeah. I'm trying to. That's one of the reasons why I was wanting to get an Astro camera, a new Astro camera, to kind of start using, mixing it up, using one of the other ones more regularly. Let me switch to equatorial and live. I mean, I think. Wait, did this stop? This looks like it stopped. Oh no, it's because I have the same code is running over here now too. Of showing a live view and a stack. Is it hard? I think I'd always be. I mean, theoretically, you can get them. I guess my concern would always be if there's something like if they've been in storage, or like what are the conditions of the optics? You know, have they like if it's a refractor, does it have what is it, a fungus on it, or is it is that what that is? Or if it's a reflector, is there some problem with the coating on the reflector, or does it have some other problems? I guess that would always be my concern with older scopes. I mean, especially if it's sight unseen and you don't know the person. But I imagine you could probably get some good deals if you're careful. Oh, well, that's making progress. And actually, it looks like it's doing okay. It's mostly filled in the corners. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah. Because I thought about looking for some older scopes. Certain like I was looking at some reflectors, and I think that was kind of my concerns, is that there was, yeah, unless, yeah, especially if it's like, you know, off eBay, and unless the person's reputable and knows what they're doing and like refurbishes and resells, maybe that would be okay. But I hadn't looked into it too deeply, but I had started looking at it, but but yeah, yeah, and yeah, the coatings, I know, like, yeah, the reflective coatings, they're, or not reflective, I mean, you can get a mirror re-silvered. I don't know how common that is these days, but I know back in the day, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't mold, but it was like, I thought it was like a fungus. Like it can be a problem with like vintage lenses, um, where it'll grow on the lens. Yeah. Yeah. I mean I could see it if it was stored properly and the, it wasn't like stored in an attic or garage or basement or something. Um, I could see that being okay, or more likely to be okay, I should say. Yeah, it's yeah. I was actually thinking I may have to call it a night soon, mostly because it's the last day of school tomorrow, and yeah, so not for me. um, but I might. Morning comes too quickly sometimes. And it's not necessarily an everyday thing, but especially the last day of the semester. I mean, I wasn't planning on imaging anything after this at this point, just because some of the other targets. What was I looking at doing? Now tomorrow, on the other hand, I might keep going because I want to do a mosaic of Rosettes, nebula. If I can get past 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m., I want to try to do the Dolphin Head Nebula or something. Or maybe no, the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I wanted to do that one before Christmas, and so I might do that tomorrow night. I mean it's a cluster, so I don't think it'll be a particularly long one, but a long exposure. But there's some other things too in the evening, but or later in the evening, but some targets around 1 a.m. Maybe even, yeah, maybe till 2 a.m. So, but tonight probably not. Yes. So with the app itself, not so much currently, but with Alp, you can go into the schedule into a schedule, and if you're running it on a computer, so long as the computer keeps running, it'll just schedule multiple items. You can have, multiple targets. You can just keep adding them. So I could do like, M42 for, 30 minutes. And then I could do, the Rosette Nebula for 30 minutes. And then I could go whatever, and then wait until 3 a.m. and then image something, and then shut down at the end. And then if I hit start, it would just start running through these things. And then and I know like Wiley Site does that all the time and schedules like all the way till almost sunrise. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that goes. I know how that goes. Yeah, or is it that you just value getting a good night's sleep now? That's what I tell myself. I just value being well rested the next day. Um, yeah, it's so if you use Alp like that, yeah, you can schedule as a bunch of different things. Uh, you can specify kind of wait until times, so just in case something fails, like it isn't able to, like you miscalculated and something's behind a tree, it'll just kind of wait, like if Rosette Nebula failed, then it would just wait until 3 a.m. before running whatever the next thing is. And so you can, plus you can go, the format is kind of wonky because I have it squeezed here, but you can import, export schedule, so you can write it up, save it, export it as a CSV. I've done that before where I had certain things and I exported it and then loaded it in the next night so I could run the exact same schedule on different nights. So yeah, but it has to, because the Seestar doesn't have a scheduler built in. This is basically telling it to start and stop, so the computer has to keep running, and that's why sometimes having it on a Raspberry Pi is handy, because then you can close your laptop. That happened to me on a live stream, or I think it was after a live stream where I was like doing something, and then I was going to keep it running after the live stream, and I closed my laptop, and yeah, I think it was still running, but so it wouldn't stop, which isn't necessarily what I wanted either. But yeah, like it didn't stop the target it was imaging. But that's where putting it on the Raspberry Pi is handy, because then I can just shut down the laptop and go do, and it'll just keep running the schedule. But yeah, this is turning out nice. I mean, it's super noisy, but that cleans a lot of that'll clean up. And I've gotten data of this before. I just need to stack it all together and try processing it again. Yeah, and the M42's looking pretty solid. But yeah, I think realistically, because I've got now I don't tend to leave my stuff outside overnight, just because of I'm always concerned about. I doubt there would be any rain, but I probably could get away with it. But tonight I tend to like packing up my stuff before I go to bed, so I'll probably shut it, probably do that, and yeah, there's that too. Oh yeah, let's see. Oh wow, nice. Oh nice. So Chris was also imaging that turned out pretty good. You got a lot more detail than I did on the on Bode's. And nice. But yeah, it probably needs. But like I say, I don't know. I kind of got the bulk of what I wanted, because I kind of oversized it. And so like the holes in the gaps in the corner aren't as big of a deal. but I don't think the problem is if I let it go at least another half hour, by the time I get everything packed up, I need to be up. Morning comes quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's probably what I'll do. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up for the evening. Thanks, as always, for everybody for joining. Let's double check. Yeah, looks pretty good. Although 5% cloud cover, great. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be like what happened with Wiley's site, where it was like kind of clouds and then it blew through. But I definitely will try to go live tomorrow. I mean, maybe it'll just be kind of high haze, but that's fine. We can work around that, and then Saturday night looks good. So maybe Saturday night might, well, we'll play it by ear. Friday or Saturday night might be the late nights. I don't know which at this point. But I clearly needed more sleep. So, yeah, it is cleaning up on the top. Yeah, it looks pretty, not as noisy as it was. Yeah, thanks, Turf, for showing up. And, yeah, and power scopes. Yeah, so thanks, everybody. And I will see you all in the next one. And I think that's it for now. I really am hard of thinking right now, but have a good evening, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Thanks.